Recording in progress.
Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Public Art Committee for Thursday, January 25th, 2024. Muriel, will you take the roll call, please?
Committee Member Coldiron.
Present.
Committee Member Mooring.
Here.
Committee Member Bellway. Absent. Chair Smith.
Today we acknowledge that the city of Petaluma.
Sorry, Chair. We still have a couple more people to go through.
Yeah.
Okay. Committee Member Diggs.
Here.
Committee Member Rizzo Simmons.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Yeah, today we acknowledge that our City of Petaluma committee work involves the unceded land that is the ancestral homelands of the Coast Miwok people. We would like to express our gratitude and appreciation to those who stewarded and continue to steward this land. We pay our respects to the past, present, and emerging elders and citizens of the community of the Coast Miwok and invite all to participate in this committee's community work. Here.
Good evening, committee members. It's me, Melissa, from Zoom, Melissa Abercrombie. I am going to still continue helping to facilitate this meeting as your staff person remotely. I wanted to just take this opportunity to introduce you to Andrew Triple. He is our planning manager for the city of Petaluma and is operating in lieu of myself and David being present this evening. He is a wonderful resource, so we are lucky to have him attend this evening's meeting. We will begin with item number 1, officer elections. I invite the discussion to begin with committee members as to who you would like to nominate as your chair and vice chair in the coming months. Thank you.
Can I get a clarification? Are you going to run the meeting, or is the chair going to run the meeting?
I believe that after the committee will go ahead and elect the chair, and then whoever is elected chair will run the meeting.
Okay.
I would like to nominate Christopher Smith to be the chair of our committee.
I second the nomination.
I was going to introduce this item by clarifying that nominees can accept or decline. And when you are accepting or declining, you can make a comment if you'd like as well. And I guess I'd like to take an opportunity to say that, yeah, I'd be happy to accept the nomination, but I'd be just as happy to accept a nomination for vice chair in support of someone who wants to take the reins. And also, I'd be just as happy to serve as a regular committee member for the duration of my term, which is another 6 months, in support of both a new chair and a new vice chair. So you could consider that. But yes, for chair, I would accept. And are you asking for full nominations at this point? If there are any others, and then we could vote on them?
Sure. I think for those who nominated Mr. Smith, does his information change your nomination at all? No? Great. Okay.
Aren't there any other nominations? All right, we'll move on to vice chair then.
Correct. Sure. So then a nomination for vice chair.
We don't vote first.
Well, I guess, sure. Go ahead and vote, yeah. Sorry.
Voice vote?
Yeah. Right. Committee Member Coldiron?
Yes.
Committee Member Mooring?
Yes.
Committee Member Bellway absent. Committee Member Diggs?
Yes.
Committee Member Rizzo Simmons?
Yes.
The vote is passed.
All right.
Great. And then Chair Smith, if you would like to call for a nomination for vice chair, or you can lead with a nomination yourself.
I'll open the floor to nominations for vice chair.
I would like to nominate Ann Diggs for vice chair.
I'd like to second that.
Could we take a vote?
I
Unless
think
there are
we
any
would
other
want Ms.
conversation?
Diggs to accept the nomination.
Gather. All right. Time for a vote, Uriel, if she'll accept.
I will accept the nomination.
Committee Member Coldiron?
Yes.
Committee Member Mooring?
Yes.
Committee Member Bellway absent. Chair Smith?
Yes.
Committee Member Rizzo Simmons?
Yes.
The vote is passed.
Great, thank you. Look forward to serving another 6 months on this committee with great vice chair. So I'd like to also say that I happen to be chairing this because, as we now know, just to be completely clear, a cascade of events. That is, a few months ago, David Ward suggested that he would serve another month or to 3 months, and it's turned out to be just about that. So he's no longer the public art specialist, but I guess he's on the agenda for this meeting.
So David is continuing in that role as we transition into Melissa's new role. So I think you'll see some overlap there, at least for this meeting and perhaps into the next meeting as well.
Right. And then because of him leaving, Melissa Abercrombie, former chair of the committee, has transitioned into her new role as the public arts specialist. But I wanted to extend personal thanks to David Ward for elevating this committee during the course of his few years of service, and also to former chair Abercrombie for all of the sort of creativity and diligence and everything else she brought to the committee. And, I guess we'll expect double that in her new role going forward. So, and then thank you for the planning manager, Andrew Triple, for being here tonight. All right. So with officer elections agenda item 1 out of the way, we'll move on to general public comment. Right? And during general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within this committee's subject matter jurisdiction, and they're not listed on the current agenda. Seeing no one physically here, did you receive any comments ahead of the meeting, Uriel?
We received no general public comments prior to the meeting.
Okay, thank you. With that, then, with no comments, we'll close public comment and move to agenda item 2, which is the Petaluma Arts Center 2024 calendar. This will be presented by Lisa Demetrios, and she'll talk about the activity scheduling and programs for the 2024 calendar year. And it says here that you are the chair, but I think your title is something like President of the Board of Directors. Is that accurate? Okay. Thank you. Well, you're welcome to start your presentation with support from staff.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lisa Demetrius, and I'm president of the board, of the Petaluma Arts Center. And Ann Diggs is our wonderful representative here. And I just thought I wanted to begin the year as a chance to connect more, like understanding what you all are doing and you understand a little bit more. So this is just like a chance to share what's coming up for us in 2024. And I know that Ann knew that one of my goals is, like, if you know the Petaluma Arts Center, we have a North Gallery and then we have a large main gallery. And I've always thought about in the North Gallery maybe to have an exhibit with a map of the art projects that are current or coming up. Maybe even reach out to our over 120 artist members and get photography taken of some of these pieces, or painting, or do sort of an interaction. So I have just 4 simple documents, and I was just wanting to have you all have this information, and we could just see where we might interconnect, or if we can offer something. I know for us, with COVID, it really was an interesting moment to really, that's when our artist membership grew. And so these artists all have on the websites. I know there's some that also have worked with you all, and that's another area of overlap that I saw. So if you just want to call up a document, please. I was just sharing about the upcoming exhibits that we have. The current one. Oh, this is statistics for 2023. We did a questionnaire to our audience. We have over 3,000. We have 2,500 annual visitors. We have over 4,000 social media followers. And you can see right there, 3,400 that receive our newsletter recipient. And so we're starting to do these questionnaires just to see how we are, what we're doing is working well within the community, because we want to build community through the arts. And then at the bottom are the 6 shows that we do each year. And this last year was Petaluma Collects, Automobility, Agriculture, Honoring Life, Common Threads, and Art Connects Us. And each one was well received in the local newspaper too. The next slide. This was us expressing this to be able to share in different ways this information of what the highlights were from the results of the questionnaire. And I think what happened for us is we're a small, mighty art center that's only open on 2 days, but everyone wants us to be more open more days. And so part of our goal is to get more volunteers who can come in and open it up more days. And then so it was opening hours and also more community-focused events. That was some of the learnings that we had from our questionnaire. The next one. This is the current show that I just curated, Souvenirs, a Reflection of Memory, with about 9 local artists. The shift that we also did, I've been president of the board for over a year and a half. I was always on the exhibition committee beforehand, was we went hyper-local. And so really reaching out to the artist members that we had for the exhibits that we are doing. There's also a member show, and we also have a youth art show where we work with the schools far in advance, so that's going to be coming up soon. And then you're about to see a list of the future exhibits for this year. Any questions so far? Okay. This is what's coming up. So youth show will be in March, April. I always find it's interesting the timing of these things is, of course, you want to do this when everyone's still in school. So that's why that's March, April for the youth art show. We're doing one about materiality, more from a sculptural point of view. Black artists of Northern California, which will also be using both the bigger gallery and the smaller one, and then functional art, more design pieces, and then the member show. For us, we have usually, we have a committee of exhibitions, exhibition committee where we have several curators that we rotate and do, usually 2 of us working on a show or 1 of us leading that with the 6 shows that we do each year. We find that 2 of them are always the same. There's always a member show and there's always a youth art show. So the only changing ones are really the 4 others. And what we also found that it's always great to have people sort of know what's coming ahead. So we're trying to stay ahead a year or so, so we can reach out for grants or donors from our community. And I think there's just 1 more. Is there, or was that 4? Okay. Well, I just wanted to give you guys just a brief and just give you a sense of like what we're doing over there. And we loved it when Anne came last month, just to be able to explain what projects you guys are coming up. And if you think of something, please reach out to Anne or to me of ways we can work together. That's it. Any questions?
Thank you for coming, Lisa.
Sure.
That was great. It's always great to know what's happening over at the Arts Center. I follow it, but I don't know if everybody in the committee or even who might be watching is following. The Souvenirs exhibit last night was incredibly well put together and attended. I thought it was a beautiful show. I know Christopher was there. And it just strikes me how, we have such a rich consortium of creatives and makers in Petaluma, and I love that you guys are going hyper-local to really showcase that. And I was wondering, David has long wanted to create some sort of synergy between both bodies where we can cross-promote, cross-market, that kind of thing. You have a robust newsletter and online presence following, whereas our site from the city side is strictly informational. There really isn't a lot of pushed out interactivity. And so I would like to see somehow our body sort of work that end of things, and maybe we can share. And I don't know at what point where the interests of the Art Center as a nonprofit and the PPAC as a government body, how we can do that.
Right.
I'm sure there's some parameter where we don't want to as a public body, we don't want to promote certainly, a for-profit center. I don't know what the nonprofit situation is. So I'd like to just, look into that a little further from my end.
Well, I appreciate that because I think what's happening with the closing of so many private galleries here in Petaluma, there's more and more artists coming to us to join. And I think it's a way to have a platform for them to share the work that they're doing. And so I just think it's going to be even more important in the coming months because so many places are closing here. And yet we are such a strong maker community. I mean, it's incredible, whether you're Pixar, Lucas, Burning Man, your own self-made artist. It's really incredible how much is here. And that's why the other thing that we're trying to do, we're always iterating ourselves and trying out different things, is having more events during the 6 weeks of the shows. So like Idea Lounge was one event that you came to. We also want panel discussions. We also, for us, want to broaden what arts mean. So maybe have music brought in or poetry reading or others. So, I would love to talk more because I realize these are two entities, but there's a lot we can do that overlaps, I think, so.
Yeah, and we, oftentimes when we'll have an opening ceremony for a piece, whether it be a mural or a sculpture or whatnot, and it would be great to notify your community to create a bigger presence at those events.
Well, I would love, like in such a case, is to be able to have something at the Arts Center, like description where to go, a pamphlet, an image, something. And that's why I want the map. I want the map and I want the QR codes, just because I know where things are in the Petaluma, but I don't always know where exactly it is. And I just feel like those are missed opportunities. We're also noticing even those coming off the SMART train. They want to know what's going on art-wise. And so that's a poised place that we could also be. So, yes, that would be great.
To that note, do you see a natural opportunity in your schedule for us to put something in the North Gallery? I think
it's going to be, yes, I think I could show you, we had 2 slots holding that we could do something. And those are like for 6 weeks, not during the Black Artists of North, because I know they're using both, but there's 2 others that we were saving. We'd love to do something.
It'd be great to, when that happens, we could archive it on our site so that people come to Petaluma have that. Visitors have that resource as well.
The most important thing that we did during COVID was make our website much more robust. That became the communication tool. And everything's just gone digital since then. We don't even really do postcards anymore. We do it all that. And I think also environmentally, that's better too. And so, as I said, we've just been experimenting, but we really put the energy into the website where artist members could share a link and a picture of their work, as well as the upcoming events and such like that. So it's been a useful tool for us. Great.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Comments from any other committee members?
I've gone to many of
Yes.
your shows. I don't make it to all, again, depending on the days that you're open and if I can get there or not. But I've always enjoyed them. I remember the Rembrandt drawings, which was just exquisite.
That was great.
So I think it would be great if we could do something, highlight, all the public art in town.
I think it's ripe for that right now. And I think there's a curiosity of what's happening in Petaluma creatively. And you have some amazing pieces to share. And so I kind of want it to become part of the fabric, like, so for school groups or something to know where things are, to the artists that is local, or to friends and family that are visiting at the holidays. I just want it to kind of be there. So.
And I love the idea that you see the arts as more than the visual arts, have the performing arts and the music and the other type of activities.
Yeah, we were even thinking of, like, wouldn't it be fun with Cinnabar to have like a reading of the play, in the gallery or something like that? Or I don't know. So we're sort of playing with these ideas, and there's been a few events where we're talking to each other and just seeing, it's really the timing, like, that we're figuring out. But I think there's some good possibilities. But yeah.
Yeah, so I was going to make one comment maybe in advance of this, just to say we've had this committee has had, not fits and starts, but has had encounters with the Petaluma Arts Center over the years, and including the most recent physical manifestation of that, which were the banners that
Yes. Yes.
Vice
Hidden
Chair
Petaluma, yes.
Diggs created. So that's great, but I still think there might be a lack. There's so much more potential, I think, as we all recognize.
Right.
But I'm not sure that there's one route here, or that we can just do it based on what your suggestions are. So what I would hope is that you could, that our representative to the Petaluma Arts Center could act as a conduit and maybe give all the committee members some homework here, which is to actively make sure they visit the Arts Center, understand what the Arts Center is doing, and then use your creative brains to put together the possibilities and report back, so you can bring together some ideas that maybe we can agendize at a future meeting.
I'm happy to plan a time if you guys would like to make. It doesn't have to be Friday or Saturday, to welcome you and give you a tour of what it is and what it looks like that is outside the normal business hours. So happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, for your presentation. Sorry, I'm kind of an eye in the sky. I'll try to insert where I can. Thank you for your Sylvanaires exhibit. I visited it last Thursday. I was incredibly impressed and happy to see Chair Smith there as well. And I will be following up with you in the coming weeks to help set up times to facilitate a visit. But thank you very much for your presentation.
And it's really what works for you all, because I really would love for this to work. So if it's 1 or 2 times, we could do it in smaller groups. I just know everyone has busy schedules, so I respect that. All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Also, Chair, I also wanted to mention, which I think is aligned with the presentation this evening and some of the discussion about building a stronger partnership. In 2024, the general plan update will be coming forward, and we do have the arts and culture element as part of the general plan, and I think that's a great opportunity to look at the policies that are being proposed through that arts and culture framework, to think about how do those policies support some of the partnerships that the Public Art Committee and that local nonprofits might see as being beneficial to everybody. So I would keep an eye on the general plan process as it evolves in 2024, and look for that opportunity to comment on the arts and culture element.
Thank you.
Chris, can I ask Andrew a question about the arts and culture?
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so just to piggyback on your comment, I remember when they came, what was that, 2 or 3 years ago, Chris, and they talked to us in the very beginning. Will we be getting an update on that?
You will be. I believe that out of that work came, they produced the background document. Let me see, I was just looking at it a moment ago. It looks like in maybe September of 2022, they produced the background report for arts and culture, yes, and it was updated in September of 2022, and that's available online. So I would suspect that the discussion had then was integrated into the background report. And then subsequently, they've taken the research that they've done, conversations that they've had, and are drafting the policies then that would comprise the arts and culture framework that will come forward for review. So maybe, Melissa, maybe we can follow up with the general plan update team and look at the timeline for when that element will come forward, to be sure that the committee has plenty of opportunity to review and provide input.
Yeah,
Yes, of course. I will follow up with that.
Good. That way we can maybe have more input, especially now we have 4 new members, to add additional input before it gets cast in concrete. Thanks.
All right, with that, we'll close agenda item 2 and move on to Burning Man 2023. And our committee member, Kevin Meringue, it's also a paralegal for the Burning Man project, will present this item.
All right. First of all, I'd like to thank the committee for your patience. I promised this many months ago, and it's finally arrived. So, like Chair Smith mentioned, I am a paralegal for the Burning Man Project. I go there for work and for fun every year. And now that I'm a member of the committee, I went there with an eye towards public art, stuff that brings communities together and stuff you can just play on and have a whimsical time with. But to start with, a pinch of Burning Man history for everyone's, if you haven't heard of it. It started on Baker Beach in San Francisco by main instigator Larry Harvey and his friend Jerry James. They built a wooden sculpture and burned it on the summer solstice. And they continued doing that for a few years while it gained traction. They eventually grew too big for Baker Beach and were kind of kicked out and moved it to the Black Rock Desert in northern Nevada. And it just kind of exploded from there. At first, it was kind of a Dadaist movement, and it evolved into its own thing. Today, Burning Man is Black Rock City, which is a temporary city built in the Black Rock Desert. It's built up from a clean slate to the playa, and afterwards, it's meticulously cleaned up and inspected by the Bureau of Land Management. We've never failed a test. It's beautiful, but mostly. Yes, and we're now a nonprofit headquartered in San Francisco, but mostly this presentation is about cool stuff I saw at Burning Man this year. This is the man sculpture. This year was kind of modeled after beehives. So you have a lot of those hexagonal shapes. There's a lot of shady spots to hang out in. This is about, I'm bad with distances out there, but it's kind of like it seems a mile away from anything out there. So you can go there, meet new people. This is the first Petaluma artist that I found out there, our very own Michael Garlington and his famed Chapel of Babel. This was on one of our main burns this year. This image on the left is during Build Week. So it's not completely finished, but it's about 90% of the way there. And you can see that every square inch of it was covered in photos that seemed to tell a story, but it wasn't, clearly written out. You'd go in and make your own connections. And my favorite part was, you can kind of see it in the middle and right photos, was there's a full archway that was inside. You could walk in and around it. And in the bottom right corner, you can kind of see a participant that had draped themselves fully in black flowy garbs, and they were doing tarot readings in there. And there's Gregorian chanting from the speakers. And it just had this like solemn, cool, eerie feeling. It was really cool. This next piece I added to this presentation just because it gives a jungle gym feel. People climbed all over it. It really seemed like a cool thing that you'd see in a city, I think it speaks for itself. This is my favorite piece I've seen at Burning Man. Its first year was 2022, and it returned in 2023. It's called Wings of Glory by Adrian Landon. And it runs and moves. And at night, there's gas pumped up into the wings, and it's ignited. So in the dark of night, it's one big flaming Pegasus flying through the sky, and I think it's beautiful. It's currently for sale. Wink, wink. This next piece, the image on the right, I took during Build Week. It's kind of a close-up picture, but that platform's in the way. And this picture doesn't really do a good justice to its scale, but it was probably around 15 to 20 feet tall. This is Jabaro Soy by Mark Riviera out of Puerto Rico. You might have seen this one before. This is Farmer the Rigger by Zulu Hero. Oops, sorry. It was a lot bigger in person than I expected it to be, and it really gave a big sense of weight. It just seemed heavy climbing around it. And I did climb up to the very top. There was a couple nights, I didn't go to them, that he had big concerts there. You can see my trusty steed bike in the bottom left for a sense of scale. I was also really impressed by the hands on the back. Hands are always the most difficult subject when you're in art, in my opinion, and he executed them very well through his fabrication. He also had this little gathering spot out front with a fire pit. I'm usually not a big fan of the inflatable art motifs, but this one I really vibed with. It had a lot of lights on the inside, so at night it seemed to be bursting with light. It was very tall. And this picture on the right's not mine, but after the infamous rain event, everyone was putting bags on their shoes to avoid getting the mud stuck to it. So someone went out there and put big black garbage bags on them. This was just a small piece that made me stop and gave me a giggle as I rode by. It was Duck Duck Gaggle by Megan Juniper, the Magic Bunny. Megan Juniper is her artist name. But she brought this out here for the purpose of creating community. It gave people a place to sit in an otherwise wide, flat area. And I think it executed it well. I didn't meet anyone there, but it made me stop and laugh. I'm sure it did that to other people. This is not my photo. This is Exquisite Animalius by KJ Bohem and Stefan Spins. This was a major honoraria art piece, and honoraria are the art grant Burning Man gives out to artists to build and bring their artwork out to Burning Man. So this is one of the major pieces. It was a crowd favorite. People could spin it and make their own animals, as you can see. And I included this image because it really showed what the ground looked like during the height of the rain, where you can see no one was walking around because it was a disaster. This is one of my favorite artists, Martin Taylor in Chromoforms. The picture on the right is from 2022, and the one on the left is the piece he brought out in 2023. Pardon me. This is another piece that I would love to see possibly spoken, or if we could get this artist to bring a piece to Petaluma. I absolutely love his work. I think they're gorgeous, and he's a native of the Bay Area. I believe his studio's in Oakland. The remaining photos are kind of just fun pictures from the playa. This is a top art car, or mutant vehicle as we call them, not art cars. This is Vagger by Michael Saturin. It was a huge inflatable pink lion or cheetah, an animal, a cat of some sort. But it was really cool. You could see it from all around the city. I could not find the name of this art piece, but it really vibed with me because it interacted with the playa and with a man-made sculpture brought out there. The dust would collect on these otherwise barren pieces of fiberglass, and you could go up and write messages with your fingers. So you'd go up there, and it was kind of an evolving story from everyone who's come by. But they did not expect the rain to come by and keep all the dust off. So it was only fun for about half the week. These are also not my photos. I took these from the artist's Instagram page, but this is the second honoraria recipient from Petaluma, Complexahydrion by La Attitude Collective. If you went inside, I believe there was a big bell or something on the inside. I didn't get to experience this one. This is a picture I took of Center Camp. This is just the center of the city where you used to be able to go purchase coffee and ice, but it's just ice now. It's kind of a gathering spice, and right now it's in a moment of transition into its next thing, since we don't sell coffee there anymore. Oh, and this is a mutant vehicle. This one's called Smile High. It's not the prettiest one out there by far, but if you're a cool guy, they let you drive it. And then these last ones are just some fun photos I took driving around that I was looking for more art installation type art. A little sarcasm. It's never to be lost to Burning Man. This was the centerpiece art. We have a keyhole, which is outside of Center Camp. It's called the Keyhole Art. Wings of Glory was that in 2022, and this is 2023 centerpiece art. This is by the artist Finch, who you might recognize from his Honey Bears that became very popular during 2020 and throughout them. So you might know him. That's a picture of a cat. And this is the temple. Every year, Burning Man, in conjunction with the man, erects and burns a temple. It's burned the day after the man is, and it's a very solemn place. that people go and say goodbye to lost loved ones, really anything you need to say goodbye to. It's really, really moving if you go in there. It's very quiet. People are sobbing. See, people are singing. It's a really, really moving experience to walk into the temple. And when it burns, everyone sitting around, all the thousands of citizens of Black Rock City are completely silent. So sitting with thousands of people during this enormous bonfire in complete silence is quite the experience. And I'll end with that photo. Stay tuned for 2024.
Would anyone like to comment on what your fellow committee member presented? Or should we just thank him?
I would like to thank you. Burning Man art is so inspiring always. Do you know who built the temple? Just out of curiosity, but
Not off the top of my head. I know it's not Michael Best.
yeah.
It's not Empyrean. Sorry.
Another time. It's just really beautiful. All those pieces it's amazing. And the scale is so interesting to encounter. And the juxtaposition between the playa and the piece is always pretty incredible. So thank you for sharing. And, if there's any way that we can invite artists to, look at our small arts or, any of our potential projects down the road, it would be great to, I don't know how you reach out to any of these artists in particular, but via the whole community, is there an opportunity for when we have projects coming up that we could put that out to the Burning Man community via you?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Have we done that in the past or no?
No,
that'd be interesting.
It's easy enough.
I know there's always conditions around. We'd like to get local people or Bay Area artists, but I think there's, that's just such a huge mouthpiece. It would be interesting to see
Sure.
who would come forward.
They're very, they're always open to stuff like that. And of course I can make connections. I have personal relationships with all the artist liaisons and they'd be happy to reach out to them if we just don't reach out to them directly through their social media. But
let's keep that in mind for the future. I think it's a great thing to tap into for us.
That'd be great.
So, thank you very much. This is a good example of what a committee member can do when he or she brings his or her outside experience in and shares. So we've done this a few times, and I encourage everyone else to latch onto something that moves them out in the world and bring it in and share it with us. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
All right. With that, we'll move on to agenda item 4, which is the quarterly budget report, and our city's planning manager, Andrew Triple, will present this item.
Actually, Chair, I'm going to turn to, I think, is David on Zoom?
Yes, I am on Zoom. I'm happy to present this item.
Great, thanks. Do you want me to bring it up, David?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Good evening, everybody. Nice to see everyone's faces. Tonight you're looking at Q1 of fiscal year 23-24 budget report for Public Art Fund. We are slightly behind on budget reports because of the November-December meeting. So at the next February's Public Art Committee meeting, you will be looking at the Q2 budget. But as normal, there isn't a formal presentation about this item. And don't know if there's any highlights, but happy to take any questions about committed expenses or anything that, any expenses for Q1. And if there are any questions about income there isn't any income for Q1, but for Q2 and Q3 and beyond, I might tap on Andrew Triple to help comment on that, but I don't think there's much else to say unless there's any comments or questions. Thank you.
Committee members, comments or questions?
I'm wondering if by next month we could see a cost breakout for the staff costs for each one, not just by quarter, but by however we would say it, from the beginning of the project until now. I want to make sure we're keeping an eye on all the expenses, you know. So like if we know we're spending 15, but how much is the staff? Or we know we're spending 25,000, how much does it all break out? Is that possible?
Cheryl, just to respond to that question, are you looking at a particular project, or maybe I missed that, or are you asking in general?
In general, just so that we're keeping an eye on that part of, you know, the committee responsibilities.
I think what we should, I mean, we have the data and we can do that. I think what would be interesting would be to analyze the data to come up with an average percent, so that when we look at a project, we understand that, you know, staff time is 15% of the overall project cost or project budget. And I think that would perhaps be a more useful number, but we can certainly, on the pathway to developing that percentage, we would pull those data and have them available. So, yeah, we can look at that. One thing I'd like to add is I would also like to look at rearranging some of the data that we provide. For instance, if we come back to let's see here the committed funds, committed project funds of approximately 122,800. What we would need to do is to understand the amount, the funds available for future projects, is to deduct those committed funds from the ending balance to really see what we have available. But as we notice here, we've got development projects in the pipeline that would generate public art funds, and those committed funds typically expend out across fiscal years. So even though, you know, we may be showing, say, for instance, the McChesney acquisition committed an amount of 100,000, that may expend out across fiscal years. And so it's important, I think, to understand sort of how the committed funds are being expended, what the timelines are like, and then how that affects the ending balance. So I think working forward, we'll do a bit of reorganization of it so that we can look more quickly to that ending balance and really see what funds are available for future projects.
It's great to hear you say that.
Sure.
David has brought this to a much higher level than it was when he arrived. I think we've asked after, and I've done so clumsily several times over the years, about what you've just suggested, and to what Cheryl suggested. And Cheryl, I think you may be looking at just another column in that bottom, in the bottom chart, or bottom grid that includes those cumulative staff expenditures for each project. Because I do think, even if we do get asked by people about really how much is this project costing, and it's just useful to be able to say, like, okay, this is how much we've spent for the artist, this is how much we're going to spend for the artist, and then there's that component of staff time. But I'll bring up something else, unless, does anyone else have any questions or comments on this? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question, and I just don't know the process here. So for all the projects that we're potentially adding to the fund, at what point do they make the decision to either do the in lieu fee or their own artwork? And at what point do they contribute to the fund? Like, I see that some are approved, some are in process. Just generally, at what point does the fund acquire the contribution?
That's a question for staff.
Sure. David, do you want to go through that process?
I can briefly touch on that, but you would probably have a more robust explanation. But essentially, before the applicant and development goes through, well, while they're going through their building permit process and gathering what they need for the application, before they submit for that, or I guess at the time that they submit for their building permit is when the development fees are due. And as part of that, the public art fee is built into there. So prior to that, staff will meet with, they'll be assigned a project planner in our planning division to work with them to understand all the regulations and how they go through the process, whether it's a historic SPAR process, a minor SPAR process. They'll go through that with the planner, and then they'll explain, is this a project that will trigger public art fees, and they can make that decision if they're going to do something on site or if they'd like to pay the same amount to the in lieu fee. So it's during that process, and the part is they need to make that decision before they go into the building permit application phase, and before they have to satisfy all of that before they receive their certificate of occupancy. So Andrew, is there anything else you want to add on that?
Sure. So I think, my I guess impression or experience is that the willingness of a development team to respond to the public art requirement by implementing it really, I think, depends upon their comfort level and their understanding of public art and their experience with it. So I don't think you shouldn't perceive a development project that says I would rather pay the in lieu fee as not caring. Sure. It may well be that they just know that that's not their area of expertise, and they feel that the city is better able through its public art program to effectively implement it. So, whereas than other projects, we may find that one of a development team member has an interest in art or has experience, and so they're more willing to embrace that opportunity to integrate public art into their project. The other thing too is sometimes it depends on the project location and the scope of the project, and sometimes the Public Art Fund does want those in lieu fees to be able to advance public art in other areas of town, and I know that's an important priority for the committee. To ensure that all of the community has access to public art. So we take all of that into account, and throughout the planning review process then are responding, we initiate the conversation with the development team, and then we respond to questions and considerations until they reach that point of deciding that they do want to integrate and respond to public art through implementation or pay the in lieu fee. The challenge either way is that, the implementation or the payment of the in lieu fee happens when the building permit is issued for construction. And there are, always examples of projects that never achieve that construction potential or are delayed. So I think it's helpful to think about. For instance, as we look down through this, I can tell you that 890 Co-op is still not headed towards construction for a variety of reasons. They very much want to, but it's it's just putting together all of the various components, while the Silk Mill Edition is just finalizing a couple of things to have its building permit issued. So they always come through sort of that process from development approval to issuance of building permit at varying stages and for varying reasons. But, and I think that's something else that we need to take into account as we think about the funds that are available. We always have to think that in that development potential list, nothing's guaranteed until we actually see that building permit coming through.
Thank you. Yeah, that answers my questions. I'm really looking at, at what point and at what dollar amount are any of these potential things going to come through to us so that we can execute. So, that's obviously, from what I've just heard, there's no way of, really knowing anything at this point. Looking forward to it.
I have a few questions that maybe David or Melissa could answer. The Kenilworth Park art costs and fabrication and construction not being included there. Can you explain or at least give us an update on what those expected costs will be?
Happy to tackle this one. So the only action that the Public Art Committee has taken so far is to go into contract with Oleg Leboykin to design the artwork for this. And obviously we've paid him the first installment for that, showing as, $20,000 remaining out of the $30,000 contract. And so I imagine you're hinting at the fabrication costs that we've talked about a few times. And so that has come up in recent project team meetings with the MIG team and with the Parks and Rec team. And so I think it's a good moment to clarify that the Public Art Committee and fund and program are not on the hook for paying for the entirety of whatever the art is going to end up being, whether that be a $110,000 cost or a $210,000 cost. That is not the sole responsibility of the programming committee. So we broached this subject with the artist and with Drew Halter, with the MIG team. And so once the artworks are selected and confirmed and the site plan is taken to council and it's approved, that'll be the point where the Parks and Rec team and MIG that put together the proposal and site design plan will come to Public Art and say, the artwork's going to cost around this much money for fabrication and install, and what would, as a stakeholder, how much would you be able to provide at this time towards the project or over a period of time? And anything that if the artwork, let's play around with some numbers. If the artwork is going to be $100,000 and the Public Art Committee says we will pay $50,000, it's not to say we only get $50,000 out of the $100,000 project. When the project goes out to bid and we start fundraising, that difference and that cost will be fundraised as well. So that's something that we'll have to do in concert and in collaboration with the Parks and Rec team, and it will go from there. So does that answer your question, Christopher?
Yes. So we can't be specific about any expectation at this point. There might be a range that you can sort of put in front of us based on your experience with the conversation so far, but it's bound to evolve and to be negotiated. And our partner in negotiation sounds like if it's Parks, then it might be a tough negotiator because they lack. Yeah. So, and this is something that you handle. That the public art specialist handles the discussions on this, or does this in a preliminary way get sort of pointed or handled, and then it comes to the committee to discuss?
Yeah. So another great question. We're getting towards a really great part of the design phase where in the next few months, this spring definitely, that we will be selecting some art, final sculptures that will be placed in the park that Oleg has come and shown at the joint meeting with RMPC. So this committee will be a part of selecting which sculptures were the favorites and which are prioritized. And we had a meeting, I think 2 weeks ago, to talk about the final hurdles about, now we're getting into the weeds about the parameters of, meeting safety measures and making sure that there's fallable surfacing around them. And do we have the actual surface area for the selected sculptures? But yes, I have been advocating that I want this committee to have one more take to prioritize and create a hierarchy of which were the favorites that came out of this process, that will go, those final notes will go into the selection process. And And yeah, so that will be happening this spring. And Melissa and I will be working with Oleg, with the MIG team, with the Parks and Rec team to bring that back to public art when the time is right and before it goes to council and, to its final recommending body.
For the purpose of this discussion, it seems that would serve this committee as soon as you get a range of understanding of the funding request to include that in the budget. So, or maybe we could just even earlier than that, if it comes up, you can bring it. We can be updated at a meeting.
And how much those permits are going to be? Those are going to be big permits, right? That are going to either fall on us or Parks and Rec, or not the city to just take over.
Yeah, we'll hope that those won't fall on us, but. All right. Let's see. Any other comments on the budget? I have a few more. Okay. All right. So for the sculpture that was repaired on South Point, is that what it was? In South Point. I know that we've recouped the costs on that for the work that was done. And the question was posed several meetings ago about recouping the staff time costs from the insurance company and whether that request was made and granted. Or is this committee out $3,000 or thereabouts because of an unfortunate car accident?
David and I spoke about that today, and with the city's risk assessment did determine that insurance would not pay for staff costs. They would only reimburse for the materials. So I believe that we're still waiting on a remainder installment, David, to for full reimbursement, but then the $22.78 staff cost or staff time would not be reimbursed. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. And yeah, there were two payments for the reimbursement of Preservation Arts work will be, the first installment was in Q2 and then the other payment was in Q3.
All right, thank you. And then the last bit that I had is something that's always sort of ridden with me as I look at these budgets, and now I've gone back and taken a closer look at the past year. If you add up staff time for this quarter, it was about almost $32,000, which is just about on par with the preceding 4 quarters. So this body spent about $126,000 last year on staff time. And I'll leave it to you guys to take a look at the commissions we've done, how much artists have been paid and how much other people have been paid for the work. I'd also leave it to you all to take a look at the public art ordinance and understand the percentage that we're supposed to be putting toward the different buckets that we have here. And if you take a look at that, I'd be interested to see what you think, and maybe we can have a future discussion about that. With no other comments, we'll close this item and move on to agenda item 5, which is the approval of minutes from our November meeting. Are there any comments or questions, issues with the minutes? Okay. I do have a couple of things. On our agenda for today, committee member Hannah Rez, her name needs to be corrected, and I think that's the same with a couple instances in the minutes. Also, committee member Meringue is, I think his name needs to be corrected as well. So Hannah, would you like to state your name for the record?
Sure. Hannah, Hannah, it's palindrome. Rizzo, Rizzo, and then Simons, Simons. Thank you.
Right on. Thanks. And one point of clarification, we've gone back and forth over the years about approving the minutes. In this case, it's suggesting that we actually vote on it. Would you like, is that the appropriate way of doing it, or can we simply ask for potential changes or no changes, then approve them?
That's at your discretion, Chair. The enabling legislation doesn't require a vote, but different committees and commissions will offer a vote to their members. So whichever you would like to do, I think it's perfectly appropriate to ask for any changes and then direct that the minutes are then finaled and approved.
Great, as long as the names are corrected. If there are no other objections or additions, we'll approve the minutes as written. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And we'll close out that and move on to agenda item 6, which, according to my notes, are going to be handled by our planning manager, Andrew Triple, together with the MBK applicant team, which doesn't appear to be here. So is that a...
Sure.
We're on the call. Christopher?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Christopher, I will actually be doing the introduction, if that's okay, for the item number 6. The Haven at Deer Creek Public Art. Tonight we are joined by the MBK Rental Living applicant team for the Haven at Deer Creek project, located adjacent to the Deer Creek Village Shopping Center at Rainier Avenue in North McDowell, to receive their public art proposal. We have joined with us Lisa Cabral, Director of Design and Marketing, Nico Rallis, Development Associate, and Adrian Littman, Santa Rosa-based artist, who will be presenting the proposal tonight. It is recommended to the Petaluma Public Art Committee to provide non-binding feedback to the applicant team about their their public art proposal, and approve the proposal, which certifies that they have satisfied the conditions set forth in the city's code and SPAR process for public art requirements. This item is an action item requiring a vote from the committee for approval. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to Lisa, Nico, and Adrian. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Good evening. My name is Lisa. As mentioned, I'm the Director of Design and Marketing for MBK Rental Living. Nico?
Hi, good afternoon, good evening, Chair Smith and committee members. Thank you guys for having us today and for your review of this proposal prior to. So thank you all.
And Adrian's the artist.
Hello. Adrian, can you hear me?
Yes,
yes,
we can. Thank you.
So I will jump right into the presentation unless there's any other questions or concerns. Fabulous. Without going into too much detail, it is my understanding that you've received this in advance. Therefore, I will not go into all details. And I just wanted to confirm everyone can see my screen, correct?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Fabulous. As mentioned, we are proposing an exciting and curated program featuring Adrian Littman. We are doing 4 pieces of art that will be scheduled to be outdoors. So it is 3D sculptural art. These sculptures will be made out of stainless steel and Portland. They're going to be very durable, long maintenance, minimum maintenance, and also designed to meet public safety standards. The goal is to connect the residents of our new apartment community called Haven. That's going to be opening May, June, along with a strong art committee that is in Petaluma and Sonoma County. These sculptures are intended to engage with the community and our residents. The next couple pages goes over the criteria and the process. If there's a particular page that you would like for me to stop and discuss further, please let me know. This is in regards to the marketing that will consist of these pieces as well. This is in regards to the community engagement within the local partnership, social media engagement, as well as local community engagement. These are the additional terms that we agreed upon with the artist. And I'll jump right into the sample of artwork. Adrian's done a great job of photoshopping his art on top of pedestal 1, and this one's called Magic Birds. Did you want to chat about this one, Adrian?
Yeah, the size of this was pretty much determined by the fact that there is a tree that kind of covers over the spot.
Mhm.
I intended to do things a little higher, so we'll be out of reach from people, just in case they want to vandalize it or something like that. But in this case, I could not do that because of the tree. And I remember I asked you if remove the tree or they're going to trim it, and probably that's not going to happen. So this is what I came up with, considering the restrictions of height. It's going to be still about, I think I can go almost 9 feet high with it. But the pedestal is only about 2 feet high. I'll try to make the pieces to be very tight together, almost like a basket or something like that, so people cannot grab onto it. It'll be difficult to climb on it, although some teenagers can be really creative in general. But little kids may not be able to do that. And it is exposed to graffiti, but being metal and being Cor-10, that's going to be very easy to remove. There'll be no problems at all. Other than that, much more damage cannot be to it unless somebody really gets mad and comes with a jackhammer.
Perfect. Thank you.
So the pieces at the top, these birds, I was thinking maybe to make them kinetic. At my work at this height, usually the kinetic steps has to be a little higher to get the draft and the currents, But I'm going to play with it and see how it reacts. If not, it'll be just fixed.
Perfect. And I love that, as you mentioned in your description as well, it has an organic look, harmonious integration with the landscape. Amazing.
Yeah, and the given support to these pedestals, they're very organic looking. Mm-hmm. So, I thought that it's a lot more appropriate to do something that ties into that look than putting on something that's very modern and very sterile and very industrial looking. Plus, people, will walk around, and I assume that these apartments will have a lot of families and kids, and would be more interesting for kids to see nature's elements, and try to learn from it and be a lot more intrigued than just some beautiful pipes bent and welded together.
Noted. I'll go through the rest of the artwork, and then I can come back to any particular pieces that the committee would like to discuss a little bit further. Artwork number 2, we have the monarch butterfly that's going to be located on the concrete pad.
Right. So this is going to be it's also limited by the height, limited by the tree that kind of hovers over it. I might go probably 7-8 feet high maximum, and I'll try to make it kind of narrow. It's going to be probably not more than 2 inches thick, and because of the shape, climbing on it will be impossible. I don't see how anybody can do this. And it's all oops.
Sorry.
So it's all stainless steel and Cor-10. Maintenance is almost minimal over the years. Graffiti can be very easily removed, from this. Other than that, I think it's going to be just fine. No major problems with it.
Thank you. And then we have a sample of your artwork number 3.
Okay, so this is a location where I can go higher and try to keep the elements away from touched. I was thinking to use the hearts because it's kind of an emotional thing, and people like to feel more relaxed when they see that, and it's like a family and the residential community, so I thought heart appropriate. And it's kinetic, so it moves. It'll be probably about maybe 14. And at that height, the currents pushing the elements very nicely. They'll go very fast when you have high winds, and they'll go very slow even on nice days that have a little bit of a current. Maintenance, it's almost nothing. Vandalism to this, it's how much they can do to it. I have things like this installed in many cities, and so far nothing happens.
Okay.
And this is a similar idea of a kinetic thing, and the elements would be nature elements, maybe little bugs and animals that live around this space, like a ladybug and maybe butterflies and hummingbirds, and mixed with a little bit of shooting stars you can see at night when you go outside. And the supporting column, that'd be core 10, just to tie into the look and the quality of the. And the top, it's all stainless steel. Once again, vandalism, it's minimal.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Now, does anyone have any comments or questions on any of the artwork or want to see either one of the 4 that was showed?
Yeah, I have some questions. First
Of
of
course.
all, Adrian, they're beautiful. They seem to be very emotive and fun and whimsical at the same time. So I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. I did have some questions. In your renderings, it's hard to get an idea of scale. But for the ones that are, for instance, this piece, it's 14 height. Is that your sculpture or or does that include the pedestal that's already there?
That includes the pedestal. The whole thing is going to be it. Because I think there are some restrictions in general from the cities. I don't know what the policy is in Petaluma, that if you reach over 15 or something like that, then you need a special structure engineering approval.
So then
I don't know if it's true here in your situation.
Okay, so this sculpture is 14 from the base, the floor,
Right.
the ground all the way up to the top.
Yes.
Okay, so you're on
Yeah.
15.
I can go higher if I'm allowed. That's not a problem, but I know there are limitations.
And then
I don't know I can find out. We can work on that and find out.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, whatever you think proportionally works well. And
Yeah.
I noticed the Hearts version, which is also a kinetic structure on a post, is very close to that podium or that the piece of the stonework right next to it. And I'm assuming there's a lamp up there. And
It's not that close. It's not that close.
it's sort of
yeah,
the view. Okay.
it's not that close. It's just
Just the way the angle of the photo.
just the way the angle is. Yeah.
Okay.
And on the other side, there's a tree. So I'm gonna try to figure out to put it in the middle so it would be visually not colliding with any of those things.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of them sort of sit on the ground, and the other 2 are on these posts. So I don't know if these are earmarked for these particular places where you felt like
Yes.
this was the best arrangement.
These are the
Yeah.
ones selected.
Yeah, I always wanted to, as I said, to make them taller to keep it away from people touching the details. But the short ones are limited by the trees that are above. I wish these took all too. Make all of them.
There's no, sorry to interrupt. There's only one that's on the ground.
The
Working
two-
towards the butterfly.
Yeah, this is on the ground, and next to it, the very first one is on the pedestal, but I cannot go more than about 9 feet because of the trees.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
Lisa, excuse me, Lisa, do you by any chance have a site plan showing the locations of where these would be installed?
You know what? Let's see here. I have Google Maps open. You can still see my screen, right?
Yeah, it might be great to go to Google Maps and just point out where the installations would be or planned.
Yeah, there is a pathway that goes around this green area. So these first 3 are on the path close to the building, the construction site. One is right at the beginning, then the one on the concrete pad is just probably, I don't know, maybe 20 feet away, and the other one is way at the end of the path. And then the path goes around over a little bridge, and then there is the other location, which is very close to the existing buildings on the sports or or something like that. And then the rest of the path comes back to close the loop, and there's nothing. But these three are close to the construction site.
I have it up if you guys would like to see that on Google Images.
Yeah, that would be great, Nico. Thanks.
So this is the mixed-use center here. So this is the commercial and our residential project here. And then this is the preserve area and the walkways that was just mentioned by Adrian. So the first pedestal is on this side. I believe it's kind of hidden behind. There's usually
right here on the corner.
Right here on the corner.
Yeah, right here on the corners, close to the corner. Yeah, there is a tree in here or something.
And then there's another one here. You can kind of see them. They're almost marked by where these benches are located as well,
Yeah.
which I think is
That's
great.
the concrete. That's the concrete pad.
Pad right here. Yes, that's would be the where the butterfly was shown.
Right, and then all the way down here, it's the huts.
Mm-hmm. And this is kind of near as you get closer to the dog park.
Right.
And then on the other side of the path.
Then you go around, and then right there, somewhere in here, yeah, there is a little pedestal you can see. There's a little black thing.
Sorry, I can't zoom in much farther than that, but we could certainly put together a more formal site plan.
Yeah, so that's where the other one goes, right there.
No, this is really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that the end of the presentation?
Correct. The last slide was just discussing the budget. So nothing further to share.
Great, thank you. Well,
You're welcome. Sorry, any other questions or concerns on the artwork? Do we want to revisit those again, or all questions answered?
I don't think we have any more questions about the artwork. For our staff report did have a site plan in it, so thank you for that. It also it made reference to the master plan that came from Merlone Geyer, whoever the previous developer was. And I got to say, it was difficult for me to sort of digest all of that to begin with. And this is not MKN's doing it all. This is just the way that the content was presented to us, and maybe some other committee members feel the same way. But it was hard for me to understand what was before, what was incomplete when the master plan was approved, and then really how that transition between a commercial development into a residential development sort of brought about you guys choosing to or being compelled to provide artwork here. So can you just clarify from your perspective as the applicant how why are you doing this?
I can speak. Sorry. I can speak to that if you'd like, Lisa. This was one of the SPARK conditions of approval for the project. You are correct. Yeah, Merlone Geyer was the original developer. This was originally all thought to be a commercial center. And then I think through, and maybe David can speak to this more, as I'm just, we came into the project, I want to say in 2021, 2022. And when they had thought that, additional retail might not be the best use for this portion of the master plan, and they thought residential would fit better here in the community, making this into a mixed use district, that the original art program that was thought of had to be kind of restructured given some situations with the previous artist and this new design with the residential. And so one of our conditions of approval was to have these art pieces installed on the pedestals that were done by the previous developer. But I'm sure David Ward could speak better to kind of the process and how it transitioned.
Nico, you did a great job. Thanks so much for summarizing that. And that's essentially it. So condition 9 of the SPAR process for the MBK development was to address the incomplete art walk, is what it's referred to in the master art program that Merlone Geyer put together. And And that art walk was intended to have a rotating exhibition of public art for an amount of time that I'm not exactly clear of how long it was supposed to sustain. But in essence, Condition 9 was saying to address this, and the MBK team was pretty much given the opportunity to say, do you want to pick up that program, that rotating public art program that has the infrastructure already created on site, or would you like to do something else? And if there is something else that you'd like to do with that, you know, e.g. install permanent public art like they're proposing, any way that you'd like to change that plan would go before the Public Art Committee, because that original approval back in 2013 for the Merlone Geyer Master Art Program is now augmented. And so that's why they're here. And they're making this investment into the site and choosing artwork that is in the same context and similar scale to the art that was intended to be in the art walk of the original Master Art Program. And I hope that explains how Chapter 18, but also Condition 9 of SPAR is met through this process.
Yeah, that helps. Thank you. Apologies to the applicant here because I got your name wrong. I confused your acronym with another acronym from another developer. So that question was born of the site plans that were part of the master plan that was approved for Merlone Geyer, and also, I guess, the plan that you have with Adrian Lettman. And there were 6 pedestals or some sort of pads, and now 4 are being filled by this. Do you have plans for the other 2?
We don't. Part of our condition was to do 4 of them, and so that's kind of what we had planned for. That's all we really have at this point.
Okay, thank you. Well, as far as I can see, it absolutely meets all of the conditions set forth in the ordinance. So I would have, I think they've chosen wisely and they can move on. But one other question just about the budget that there are 2 numbers in there. Is one the artist's fee and one is the total cost of the project, including install?
Yeah, so the 2 fees, one is just the split, the 50% deposit that he gets up front, and then the other 50% is at final installation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I had one other observation. When I was reading this, when it was presented to us, you had mentioned that there would be sort of an art walk and informational map. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Because I would hope that it would be in the digital realm, because in that area, you know, I would think that pamphlets or leaflets or things might become airborne, and you know, there's so much retail out there that I don't know that that would be the best use of, conservation resources. So just curious about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the flyers who mentioned the flyers. Our intent from MBK is not to have any flyers at any of the pedestals. We can do, you know, perhaps a QR code, something like that along those lines, that kind of ties back into Adrian's artwork or his website, or ties into, you know, Creative Sonoma, or ties into the city of Petaluma, wherever we want that to link into. If that's what you're looking for, then we can definitely make that happen.
I thought I had read that you all would be putting up some sort of directional signage at the front of the art walk that would have pamphlets. I picked that up somewhere in what I read. So maybe that was the first.
Yeah, I think that might have been part of the original master plan that I got confused on as well.
Yeah, but it would be great to see, you know, information about Adrian somewhere, because a lot of the pieces out there at that complex are really fascinating, and you know, I find that there's not a lot of information about those pieces.
Of course, watch out, Adrian. I'm gonna put your little bio headshot on every piece and get some good exposure for you. But yeah, definitely, we'll put signage up. We'll have a QR code. We'll definitely have a story for Adrian. I'm looking forward to doing, when we have our, you know, full opening, the later part of this year, around October, at our grand opening, have Adrian there, meet the artist event, photography, and really having a great time. And hopefully seeing everybody there as well.
That's good.
All right. If there's is there a prohibition against the chair making a motion? Or
No, Chair, you can make a motion.
then I move to approve the public art proposal by MBK Development Team and certify the city resolution.
I'll second.
Committee member Coldiron,
Yes.
committee member Mooring,
Yes.
committee member Bellway absent, committee member Diggs,
Yes.
committee member Rizo Simon. Did I?
Rizzo Simons, yes.
Rizzo Simons, I apologize. And then Chair Smith.
Yes.
The vote is passed.
Thank you for your participation, and thanks for bringing more art to Petaluma.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee. Thank you, David. Thank you all.
And at this point, I guess we can open this to public comment. Seeing no one having submitted a comment card, I'll ask, were there any comments ahead of the meeting?
No public comments were provided prior to this meeting.
Okay, great. Then with that, we'll close this agenda item. Thank you. And we'll move on to agenda item 7, the ad hoc subcommittee assignments. This is where we all get to volunteer to do some specific work on a specific project in the coming months. Okay. And this, the city's planning manager, Andrew Triple, will handle this unless someone else is supposed to be handling this.
Well, a couple of thoughts. Melissa and David, I don't know if you want to introduce this item or provide any guidance. The only thing I was thinking, we have, how many absences, or not absences, but unfilled positions on the committee? Is that 1 or 2? 1. Okay, and then we have 1 absence this evening. Okay. So I was going to say we could continue the item until the next agenda, if that might be helpful. Just thinking, give people time to think about what they might want to volunteer for, but then also to have another committee member present.
Yeah, I'm seeing nods in agreement.
Okay.
I'm among them. So let's continue this to the next meeting.
Great. Thank you.
Great.
Okay. With that, we'll close out agenda item 7 and move to 8.
Oh, can I say something real quick? Sorry. I came so I could be part of the voting tonight. My son gets to play at halftime between the Casa and Petaluma game over at Casa, so I was hoping if I'm no longer needed, if I could go catch halftime at 7:45 and watch these little 11-year-olds play in a full basketball stand because it's cross-town rival game.
Okay. Does that mean you have no committee comment? You will have nothing for committee comment, which is the next agenda item?
I don't really have anything to report from Parks and Rec.
Okay.
So.
I was going to say something that could involve you, but I can share that with you later on outside of the meeting. So it's just one-on-one.
Cool.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Thank you, Hannah.
All right, committee comment. And for committee comment, I'd like to, going forward, like to make sure that we have an opportunity to do 2 things as committee members at each meeting. I'd like to make sure that we can have substantive updates from members of each ad hoc subcommittee. And this is something we've talked about in the past, but because we've had such a high-functioning staff liaison, he ends up doing a lot of the updates. But I think one of the advantages, and I'm willing to take some criticism on this, but one of the advantages of having subcommittee members report out themselves is it asks them to coordinate ahead of time on the projects that they're working on. And maybe there's nothing to report about. It might give you an opportunity also to update yourselves from what staff has learned. So each committee comment, then you can choose someone, and each subcommittee can then report back on that. And then the second component would be the what you've seen in sort of like what Kevin presented today, but what you've learned about the outside world since the last meeting, and how this committee could play a role in it, and what you can bring to the way this committee functions. So anything you observe and you want to share that's that relates to this committee's business.
I do have something. Walking around downtown right by the yacht club, there's 3 large electrical boxes that are currently covered in just kind of patchy brown graffiti cleanup. And I think that'd be an easy, low-hanging fruit to paint murals and really beautify downtown. So maybe we can consider that for our small art projects budget later on.
That would probably be at the, what was the Basin Street development? Or
over
if I
by
could
the
provide
PG&E
comment
substation.
for a minute to this.
Go ahead,
Excuse me.
Melissa.
Sorry to interrupt. I wanted to give an update that one of the utility boxes at the site where Adobe Vineyards is being built, or is slated to be built, that is still going to be painted through bid funds through the Downtown Association by Ryan Peterson. And so that is actually coming forward in the next few months. But I wanted to give you an update that one of those is being handled already.
Awesome news.
Okay, so we'll go on with committee comment. Anything more from you, Kevin?
Nope, that'll do it.
Okay. Any other comments from committee members?
I have a comment that, just to reiterate, I think you all probably got an invitation from Oleg Labakin. He has a show this Saturday at the Museum of Sonoma County at 5 p.m. It's a sculpture show that we've been invited to. So if anyone has bandwidth, time, or interest, I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
It could be a good show. And it would be a great time to re-meet and introduce Oleg. So anyway.
And you said that was an email invitation? I don't think I received that. Okay.
All right, well, I can report on a few things. On fine balance as a subcommittee member, I think our public art specialist, Abercrombie, can back me up on this, or could fill in the gaps. But we have we understand that the artist has had his building permit issued. We do not have we don't know much more than that, but there's been talk of having a site visit, a studio visit. And with regard to the site itself, there's been no progress because there's been no response from the city about the outreach that we've performed for the community-sourced site improvements. And to that end, I think I'm going to be in touch with all of those people that just say it's most likely not going to happen due to lack of city support. Maybe something will turn for the better, but part of that is the lighting component for this sculpture, which I guess Melissa can explain a little bit better than I can how it breaks down, or how it's the artist is responsible for the lighting of the sculpture. He's not responsible for bringing power to it. So the working solution right now, in theory, is a solar installation, which can provide the power to the piece. The question for staff then is, has that been authorized by the Parks Department to be able to install that in the park? That's a question I guess you could ask later on. You can answer in a little bit. And then another project subcommittee report would be at the David Best River Arch. At the last meeting, we purchased agreed to purchase a bench that's going to be installed. That's part of what is now, thankfully, an official site improvement plan handled by senior traffic engineer Ken Eichstadt, who manages a lot of the work on the Lynch Creek Trail. And he has commissioned a survey for the site, and you may remember this, that the city parcel is an odd one, and it doesn't match up with the existing fence, which is right next to the sculpture. So that's going to be sorted out. Also, maybe a good, happy result of that will be clarity for the neighbor at 92 Lakeville, and maybe get some traction on his offer to build a fence and commit the outside of it to murals commissioned by the Public Art Committee. So I think city staff's going to be able to figure out and figure out a lot of things in the coming weeks and drive this project a lot more confidently. This committee's role, I think, was going to be to then commit some dollars to the installation of the bench and the other river arch fragments that are on site right now. So that would be, of the improvements at the site, that would be the ones that come from the Public Art Fund. The rest is funded by, I guess, Transportation Development Authority, or I'm not sure what that acronym stands for, but the funds for transportation elements on the path. Okay. And Melissa, you want to weigh in with anything that I missed?
Of course, yeah, I'm happy to. Are you wanting to open up discussion, or would you like to move on to staff comments on project updates?
I guess you can fill in what I missed during staff comment. That seems to be most appropriate. So okay. Are there any other committee comments? If not, we'll close out agenda item 8 and go to agenda item 9, staff comment.
Great, thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't be there this evening, but I'm happy to report several updates. We'll begin with fine balance. I had correspondence today with Brian Goggin, and he plans an installation date in May. We are looking to compile some possible dates for a visit to his studio in mid-February. I will be sending those forward to you in the coming weeks, or probably in the coming week, sorry, not plural. Brian's studio visit, we will probably do 3 committee members at a time, depending on the number of people who would like to visit, so as not to cause any Brown Act violations. I will be leading both of them back to back, and so I will provide you more information about that next week. As far as the lighting plan at Fine Balance, as you remember, Brian had said that there was a donor, John Scherer, for a solar panel to be used at the site. We have looked at the solar panel, and it does not seem like it would be a good fit for use at this project. It is a used solar panel, and it seems preferential that we use something new that we know will have some longevity to it. To that end, I have reached out to Mike Hollabaugh of Holly Solar, who provided the lighting details for Brian's piece as well as David Best's piece at the River Arch. And he has put together a solar array for each site that he believes would support the needs to supply power to those sites. He is providing a bid for the amount of materials costs and the amount to have him build those arrays. We would still require an engineer and a contractor to install solar at both sites. This is just a preliminary look into these offerings because we need to know what that could come out at, and if it's something that the Public Art Committee is interested in funding to support light at the project. So I would appreciate more feedback about that from you guys as it proceeds. I just wanted to make sure that we have an actual amount of known quantities that let us make an educated decision on that. Last we spoke about a PG&E connection. It appeared that would come in at least $60,000 and would take at least a year and a half to be accomplished. Moving on to Woven Stories, we heard from Rude this week that he had lost his project engineer and recently had found a new partner to perform that part of his installation requirements. And so we will be hearing back from him, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, with an updated timeline for installation. The Kenilworth Park project had a revitalization meeting on January 12th. Oleg discussed his materials, and he said it would likely be made in an off-white color, but that is still up for discussion. He was hoping that we could at least install 5 pieces at the site. There was a robust conversation about where those pieces might be. And if you have questions, I'm happy to speak about it. But there is an opportunity to speak with Oleg potentially and the entire team at an open discussion forum at the site. So in between the Teen Center and the library on February 3rd from 10 to 1. I will be on site at that time. It's a Saturday morning. And so if you would like to come and talk to the artist potentially or I about it, that's a great opportunity, and it's available for the public with activities and snacks and drinks. Okay, and with that, we move on to the Mary Fuller McChesney estate. We are securing concrete quotes from Coastside Concrete. I spoke with Dennis Calibre today, and we are arranging a time next week for me to come to his site and look at the dimensions of the rods. We believe they're standard galvanized steel pipes that run through the center of several of Mary's stacking pieces. This is information we need so that we can make sure the concrete quote is specific to what our needs are. Dennis took a preliminary look at a couple of pieces and saw that the pipes could vary. One was 5/8 inch and one was 1/2 inch, and one was 1 inch. So it's going to require some going out to the site and doing more exploration into this. All of the bronze pieces do not have a rod in them, so that is not a consideration for those at this time. For the Small Art Commission, I did take a look at the overpass, as that was the prioritized location for our next round of small artwork commissions. I reviewed Caltrans documents and found that this type of project will require quite a significant amount more oversight than what we've worked with in the past. So I wanted to make you aware that that could cause more administrative costs. I also walked the site and took some pictures, and we are very limited on the amount of mural space if we were to take that route outside of the 2 ramps that lead to the site. Most of it is cyclone fencing, and so it covers all of up to like a 2-foot section down the center at the top. So if we want to explore that more, we're welcome to, but I wanted to make you aware that I had taken a look into that. We were already told that the Homestretch Conservation Project has had its insurance funds replenished, and so I'm not sure if David could provide better clarification on that, if that has all been supplied at this point. I was also in touch with Jared Hall, who is our traffic engineer, who is taking over for Rihanna Frank on the community art program with the bus shelter murals. They're expecting that several, I believe it's 4 of them, will be installed by February 8th, with remainder installed by the end of February. As soon as I'm aware that they are moving forward with that, I will make you all aware through email so that you're welcome to look around and see if those are in and just experience the bus shelters. Looking at everything else, the River Arch, there are some updates that Chris did not share. Also that I'm exploring the lighting potential there. And there was discussion between Ken Eichstead and I if the TDA funds that Chris mentioned could be applied to potentially lighting the River Arch and the pathway, which is a desired component of the Lynch Creek improvements. And Christopher and I have worked to continuously to make sure that project is moving forward. We had a desire to complete the improvements by the end of February so as to match up with Daily Acts and Relief Petaluma and planting trees there. That is not going to happen this year, so the planting will likely take place next year, but we are aiming to do improvements by this summer. Another further update that's pretty exciting is I met with Ryan Peterson at the Keller Street Garage, and we discussed the condition issues there and did a site inspection. I also learned that Rebuilding Together has been hired by the city to do graffiti abatement. And so we are going to have a meeting in the coming week with Drake Cunningham from Rebuilding Together Petaluma. And he is going to provide graffiti removal services on the site and cleanup and preparation for Ryan to come back to the site and do some minor repairs as needed. This will not be a complete restoration. That would mean that we would have to pay the artist to do the restoration. And so pending any discussion from the Public Art Committee that you would like to look into something like that, I am preparing that we move forward with improvements so that we can abate most of the condition issues that are within the lower 4 to 6 feet. And with that, that is my staff updates.
Comments or questions from committee members? Yeah. For Woven Stories, I'm glad that Rudy Calderon has been able to find a new engineer. And one of the things that keeps striking me is this, we've had this talk about this committee being able to reach out and figure out a way of supporting or pitching the idea of the school or the school district, creating an event around the unveiling and this committee supporting that. And that so much of that has to do with the schedule. So I know that the artist was knocked sideways and now is back on it, but it would be great for us to be proactive in scheduling when this will be installed and do that in conjunction with the schools so they can sort of optimize the experience for their community.
Thank you, Christopher. That is my intention. As soon as we have a date, I plan on reaching out to the school district and following through on preparing the ceremony that we would like to do for the unveiling with the artist and the schools. The priority is that they dictate what the parameters and conditions they would like for that celebration, but I will make sure that they are aware of it throughout the process.
Great, thank you. And then for the Mary Fuller McChesney, have we learned anything from Astro Motel's concrete pads that can inform the what we do in various locations around the city where they'll be installed?
I have not talked to them, but perhaps David could provide some insight if he's received any information from them.
There's no need to do that now, but I'm just saying if that's worthwhile pursuing, please do.
Okay.
And lastly, on the public works, the traffic calming public art projects, it says under status, it says staff met with the potential program artist. And the way that's written, it suggests that there's a specific approach has been chosen by Public Works for how to approach the artist. And this seems sort of familiar, so maybe you explained this before. Apologies if you have, but if you would, please explain that again, where that stands.
I'm happy to take this one, Melissa.
Thank you, David.
So at the direction of the Public Art Committee, I put together a scope of services for the artist that would lead the charge to the degree that the Public Art Committee felt comfortable to design these opportunities and not put more work or stress on public art staff or on the committee to be the selection panel, to be the facilitator, to find the artist, and all those other elements that go into sort of the design and the installation process. So that document was sent over to Public Works several months ago and basically left it as a template to say, this is ready to go, it's packaged, and if we want to move forward with funding and putting an artist into contract to find local organizations, schools, other youth programs that might want to help provide labor and be involved in the design process, it's ready to go. But at the direction of the committee, this is kind of on the sidelines at the moment. We haven't received any direction that they are ready to make that sort of commitment and to execute. So we're in a holding pattern until they decide as the lead agency to kind of move forward. And I think Public Art is on the sideline to support, and that was at the direction of the Public Art Committee. So unless that changes and unless we want to initiate some funding to get that program going, there isn't going to be any more development into that program at this time.
Thank you. Anything more for staff?
I have a question, actually. Melissa, I think when you're talking with Brian Holiva about the solar arrays for both the sites that we're working on, I would encourage you to find out what sort of maintenance or guarantees against malfunction or breakage might come into that. Because if that turns around in the future, if there's, some breakage or something falls short of expectation, it's going to fall on us for maintenance because Parks probably won't pick it up, I'm guessing. So maybe that would be something to explore in your conversations, because that could be a healthy number if it comes back to us.
Thank you. I appreciate the suggestion, Anne. Just to let you know that the material costs for these arrays that we're looking at are coming in under $1,500.
Oh, good.
So it was kind of surprising what the components were compiled of. It's a kind of thin pole that would be set so that it would have an elevation that wouldn't attract vandalism as much, because it wouldn't be able to climb or be reachable. And in the siding, we would keep it away from anything that would help facilitate reaching over or affecting it in some other way. But the reality is that this if it does happen, it's going to be a very economical solar array that hopefully would be long-lasting enough and components that were replaceable if they were needed to be repaired.
Thank you. That's great to hear.
Yeah. Well, I hadn't thought about it that far, but thanks for raising the topic. I would wonder, though, particularly on Lynch Creek Trail, if the power is supplying not only the internal LEDs on the sculpture, but lighting along Lynch Creek Trail. I imagine that Public Works would probably be looking after that more likely than the Public Art Fund. And maybe just to reiterate, it'd be good to get the firm yes that we can even pursue this at H Street Pocket Park. So perhaps you've already done that and we haven't heard, but if not, we'd love to hear about it in the future.
That has not taken place yet. I will reach out to Drew Halter and see if we can have a more robust conversation about what we view as improvements that will be capable at that site.
Well, great. Thank you. Well, thanks to all who are here tonight and who have participated. And our next meeting is February 22nd. And with that, it's 7:53 and we're adjourned.
Thank you, everybody.
This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you. This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you.